Alright, welcome. As I said last time, we're going to take a break from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 career mode, as it is extremely buggy, lots of problems, for sure. But next time I stream, I will be going back to career mode. I think I figured out a little bit of a workaround towards the issues that have come with getting your pilot reputation rating for each flight. But today, we're on Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. We are on VATSIM. We are flying a Sun Country 737 from Minneapolis to Buffalo, and then making the return flight from Buffalo back to Minneapolis. Our flight number is 1057. Alright, we'll go ahead and get in the plane and get started. First thing we're going to do, check that the gear is down, make sure the parking brake is set, which it was not. Gonna make sure that my yoke and all that are working properly. They are. Cool. Flight controls are good. Alright, we'll go up to the overhead panel. We'll turn the battery on, arm the emergency lights, and start the APU. Wait for the EGT to come up, and then go back down, and we'll wait for the bus to be available. EGT is coming up. It is dropping down. The bus should be available shortly. Alright, there it is. Alright, so our APU is on, the generator is on, we're getting power. We'll turn the left forward pump, fuel pump in. Alright, now we'll begin our flow check. Yaw damper can stay off for now, fuel pumps are off. We'll go ahead and monitor our APU generator amperage. We are getting a positive charge. Up and down. Fasten seatbelt signs is coming on. We'll test the attendant button and the ground call. Sweet. Alright, window heats are coming on. And the hydraulic pumps A's are on, B's are off. Test the cockpit voice recorder. We have a green light. Alright, APU bleed is coming on, and we'll turn the packs on so the passengers can be comfortable. Our cruise altitude today is going to be flight level 350. The landing altitude at Buffalo, I believe, is 727 feet. Verify that is correct, so we'll go ahead and put 750 for our landing altitude. Logo lights coming on, position lights are on steady. We'll go up here to the upper overhead panel, and we will throw our IRS into nav mode. Test the flaps, looking good. Come down to the middle pedestal. The spoilers are up. Throttle's idle, flaps are up. We'll go ahead and test the fault. Lights come on, test the fire detection. They all illuminate. Bell rings, and we'll test the lights. Cool. Go down to the lower pedestal, and we'll leave the frequencies for now. We'll go ahead and get some panel lights on, just in case it gets dark. We'll be able to see. Floodlight up 1 is where I like it. We did get a squawk code from Auto ATC on VATSIM, so we'll put the TARA, and the squawk code is 2403. 2403. Alright. We're set there. We'll go to our FMS. Go to the FMC page, position in it. Go to the next page. We'll wait until our GPS left pops up some coordinates. Any day now. Alright, there it is. We'll go ahead and copy the GPS left. Previous page, set IRS. Our reference airport is KMSP. Now we'll go to our route page. KMSP is there for us. Origin, KMSP, we are going to Kilo Bravo Uniform Foxtrot. Alright, our flight number is Sun Country 1057. Sweet, and our route is set up. We'll go ahead and throw in our departure, which we are doing the Wellstone 7, or Wellstone I believe it is. So next page, Wellstone 7, Green Bay transition, and then I'm going to double check the winds here to see what runway we're taking off of. And the winds are 260 at 7, so we'll take off from runway 30 left. Sweet. We'll go to our route page, we'll activate that departure, execute. Now go to the next page, we have Wellstone 7, Green Bay, excellent. And we'll fill in the rest of our route. So from Green Bay, we're direct Hockey, Hotel, Oscar, Charlie, Kilo, Echo. From Hockey, we're going direct to the London VOR, Yankee, X-ray uniform. And then direct to Dunkirk VOR, Delta, Kilo, Kilo. We'll execute that. And then we will go ahead and throw our arrival, our approach in there as well. So the winds at Buffalo are 270 at 14, gust 21. So we'll go ahead and shoot the ILS runway 23, beginning at Trava. Execute, because currently Cleveland Center is not online, so we may have to execute a procedure turn. So the route is looking good. There's going to be a discontinuity. We'll fix that in our legs page. For now, perfect. Go back to our official flight plan. Alright, so today, our gross weight, we're going to use our ramp weight, 141.9er. Throw that in there. Zero fuel weight is 126.7. That matches the flight plan. Our reserves, we have 4.2. Actually, we'll put 4.3. It's 42.62. We'll round up on that one. Cost index we're looking for today is 48. So not trying to save a lot of money today. So flight level 350 is going to be our cruise altitude, and then our cruise wind. So our top of climb winds are 300 at 87. 300 at 87. Alright, now our information is there. We'll go to the N1 limit. And we'll just select the top one here. And then go to takeoff. We're going to do a flaps 5 takeoff. And put in our CG here. 24.9er. So our trim should be 4.63. V-speeds 135, 137, 146. Looks good to me. Alright, now we'll go to our legs page and get rid of that discontinuity. And it does look like we have our procedure turn input already for us. That's really nice. It's nice not to do that manually. Alright. We have our flight plan information put in. We're just going to double check the index, make sure everything looks good. We have completed everything. Nav data, it's looking good. Okay, go back to our legs page. Cool. And we will wait for our IRSs to align so we get position data. And until then, we'll go ahead and turn all these panel lights on just in case it gets dark. It's looking like a pretty cloudy day, so it might get dark while we're in it. Circuit breakers on just a little bit. Go ahead and turn these panel lights on. Sweet. Oops. Get rid of the master cautions for now. What does our FMS telling us? Unable required nav performance. Oh, that's because the IRSs aren't aligned yet, so we'll just ignore that for now. That should disappear. We'll clear the message. Sweet, so our cruise altitude today is 35,000. Since Minneapolis Center is not online, we'll go ahead and go straight to our cruise. That's probably better if I just drag the scroll wheel so it goes faster. Cool. Alright, climb speed, we want V2 plus 10, which I believe was 156. We'll actually verify that. Go back to our index page here. Performance. Next page. I almost forgot what I was looking for. Oh yeah, takeoff. Yep, 146, so 156, V2 plus 10. Sweet. So our autopilot is set up for now. We will set the altimeter. And the altimeter is 3013. Excellent. Alright, now we just got to give it some time for passengers to load on board. That's pretty much automatically done through the FMC. I do not have GSX right now. So as soon as we get our IRSs aligned, we'll go ahead and say that our passengers are boarded and we'll get set up for push and start. I do have both the Minneapolis scenery and the Buffalo scenery, so we can check both of those out. While we're waiting for the IRSs to align, I'll go ahead and show you the Minneapolis scenery just in case you don't have it. Go ahead and change the drone speed a little bit so this goes a little faster. Alright, cool. Alright, so this is Terminal 2. This looks pretty good. It's pretty close to real life. You have your nice little roadway to all the departure and arrival terminals. The parking garage is looking really good. There's a little area right here where all of the Ubers and the Lyfts show up. And the road map around it is very accurate as well. Looks like they have... I want to say that that's Sun Country's hangar over there. I'm not 100% sure. Don't hold me to that. Looks like the cargo area over here is also modeled very well. What's really nice is by the cargo area at MSP you have this aircraft viewing area where you can park your car, watch planes land, and it's right next to 1-2 right. So when they're using the 1-2s, you can see people's landings nice and close, and you can judge them as if you're an airline pilot. And most importantly, Terminal 1 is modeled very well. You have all of your gates modeled very well. The parking garage is done very nicely as well. This top part right here is for the... I believe this is for the arrivals. This is where you get picked up when you come back, and then the bottom floor underneath this is for departures. But yeah, you got these nice circular... I like to call them car elevators because it takes you up to whatever floor you need to go. Parking garages are modeled very nicely. You have this secondary terminal over here. I believe this is for all of the very small airlines, regionals. You'll see very small airplanes here, CRJ 200s. And the last thing I want to see is the Delta hangar, which if you go to the Mall of America, you can see it right from the parking garage. So this is the signature ramp. This is modeled very nicely as well. And let's see. Is this the Delta hangar? Yes, it is. So the Mall of America is over here. This big building over here. And if you go to the parking garage, you can actually watch planes take off from runway 17. And you can, in fact, see the Delta hangar from over here. In fact, when my family drags me to shopping, I like to sit in the parking garage and watch planes while they're shopping. Alright, we'll go back to the aircraft, see if our IRSs have aligned yet. It looks like our jet bridge may have detached. Oops. I'm being mocked. Yep, it looks like our jet bridge did detach. That's fine because our IRSs did align. We have position information, so we will get set up for push and start. We'll go ahead and close the passenger door. We'll get the pushback set up. We're going to do a standard L, and our nose is going to the left side, and we'll select the tug. Our shocks should be removed. TPX 200 is good enough. Alright, so before pushback, we'll go ahead and check the overhead panel. We'll get all of our fuel pumps on. Let's see if we have anything in the center tank. We do not, so we do not need the center fuel pumps. We'll go ahead and turn this to generator 1 once our engine starts and we flip on the generators. Make sure it's creating a positive charge. Everything looks good. Probe heats can stay off for now. Hydraulic pumps can come on. And we're going to turn the packs off and open the ISOL valve so we can get our engine started. The beacon light is coming on. We're going to double check our stall warnings and our mock airspeed warnings. Both of those work really nicely. Alright, we can go ahead and start our pushback.
Cockpit to ground. Go ahead. We've been cleared for push and start, tail to the right. Copy that, ready to push. Tail to the right. Parking brakes release, please.
Releasing parking brake. Nope.
Brakes released. Brakes released, here we go.
Alright, we'll wait until we get a few feet back to begin engine start. Alright, I'd say that's far back enough. So we'll start with engine number 2, flip that over to ground, or GRD, whatever that stands for. Alright. Oil pressure is starting to come up. N2 is coming up. .25% N2, introducing fuel.
Pushback complete. Parking brake set.
Alright, we'll set the parking brake.
Brake set.
Oil pressure's up, EGT is up. And we have a nice steady engine start. We'll begin engine number 1.
Alright, steering pin is disconnected. Watch for the slip release from guidance on your left. Have a good flight.
.25% N2, introduce fuel. And everything is rising, we're looking good. Alright, it looks like we have 2 good engine starts. We'll go to our overhead panel and set everything up. Yaw damper is coming on, fuel pumps are on, generators on. We'll turn the generators on. Cool, we have a positive charge on power, that's good. Fasten seatbelt signs are on. We'll go ahead and turn our probe heats on. We are going to need engine anti-ice. It is pretty cold out here, so we'll throw the engines into continuous ignition, and we will throw the engine anti-ice on. They light up and they dim, so they're on, that's good. Packs are going to auto. ISOL valve auto. APU bleed's coming off, and the APU is coming off. And then verify everything on the upper panel looks good. It does indeed. Set up for takeoff, flaps 5. Auto brakes going to rejected takeoff. And we'll give the GPWS a test.
Glide slope. Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Terrain. Terrain. Pull up.
Airspeed, low. Airspeed, low.
Alright, GPWS is operational. Good condition. And we'll test the TCAS system. We're getting traffic blips, attitude indicators showing up, and the test pass. Alright. So we'll go ahead and tune into Minneapolis CTAF, which is 126.7. And then we'll get
Minneapolis traffic Delta
228 on standby.
Established 30 left, Minneapolis traffic.
Alright. And we are ready to taxi. So we'll turn our taxi light on. And we'll make a radio call once I get the camera centered. Sweet. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 1057 is at Terminal 2, taking Delta Whiskey to runway 30 left, Minneapolis. Might help if I disengage the parking brake. Get a nice taxi speed going of about, we'll go 20 knots. Ground speed indicated on the MFD here. And we're accelerating. And it does look like we have some traffic at the airfield, so I'm going to pull up some VATSIM radar, see if anyone else is coming into land. We do have an A330 on final, looks like for 30 left. So we'll watch out for them. They should be clear by the time we get to the runway, so our departure shouldn't take too long. This flight is to simulate me taking myself home for the holidays. Currently doing my real-life flight training in Minneapolis, and I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and my family is still in Buffalo, so sometimes I like to pretend like I'm bringing myself home. Alright, we see that A330 on short final. Maybe we can get close enough to judge his landing. Not sure we'll be close enough to see how smooth that is, but it was a little bit firm, not too bad. They call the A330 the butter machine. Or at least Swiss 001 does. Alright, we're getting close to the runway. We'll turn our flight directors on. And for now, we'll throw in level change mode and you know what, we'll set the heading bug to runway heading and then vector ourselves to join the Wellstone 7 departure. So, or it's 30, not 33, so 300, there we go. And we'll go heading select for now.
Traffic Delta 153, runway 30 left, vacated on Alpha 8. Taxiing the ramp via Alpha, crossing runway 22.
So it sounds like our A330 is clear of the runway. We're coming up on our takeoff roll here. Alright, so we'll go ahead and turn our landing lights on, runway turn off lights. Taxi light can come off, and we'll turn our strobes on. Alright, so it looks like final's clear. We'll verify that the departure end is also clear, and then we will begin our takeoff. And we're clear. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 1057 is taking runway 30 left, departing eastbound to join the Wellstone 7 departure, Minneapolis. Alright, we'll get lined up with the runway. We'll arm auto throttle. Alright, lined up with the runway, engine's 40%. Alright, engines are stable. Toga.
Airspeed's alive. 80 knots.
Cross check. Rotate. Bring the nose up nice and softly. Get off the air. Don't go off the runway.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. Alright, we're going to be 20 degrees nose up pitch. Alright, we'll go down to 15 degrees. Use trim to help us out a little bit. And then as we pick up speed, we'll retract the flaps on schedule. Alright, flaps are going to 1. And we'll go ahead and turn our autopilot on. Not entirely sure why we're turning right now, but we'll just roll with the punches, go to our legs page, and we will proceed direct S9 and throw LNAV mode on. And execute. And we'll turn on VNAV. Okay, not sure what's going on here, so we'll raise the speed so we don't stall. Go to the climb page, and we'll execute the climb, and then there we go, VNAV works now. Cool. Not gonna lie, not 100% sure why it didn't initiate right away, but we fixed it and didn't stall. And the flaps are coming up. Alright, now that the gear is up, we'll turn our auto brake to off, the landing gear lever to off. We'll wait for 10,000 feet. Alright, that's 10,000 feet. Landing lights are coming off, runway turnout lights are coming on, and we will advise the flight attendants. Then once we reach flight level 180, we will turn our pressure to standard. Alright, and we are out of the Minneapolis area now, so we will go to our radio panel and turn to 1228, which is the en route Unicom frequency. And then we're going to check to see who is and is not online. Looks like Chicago Center is online, but the Wellstone 7 takes you north of Chicago's airspace, so we will not be going through it. Cleveland Center is also offline, so I'm not expecting any ATC for now. So, with that in mind, we will check the Buffalo CTAF frequency and put that on standby. And then if someone does sign on, we'll go ahead and tune into their frequency and give them a holler. And Buffalo Tower is 1205, so let's put that on standby. – 15,000 feet, this is where the Aerosoft CRJ would tell you that they're serving sandwiches. You know what I did forget to do was check the flight controls before we taxied. Oh well. You live and you learn. And now we are in the flight levels, so pressure is going to standard. And then we will just monitor everything on our climb towards cruise. Alright, now that we're getting towards cruise, we'll go ahead and increase the range of our MFD here. Top of climb is looking to be about 50 miles away. So we're climbing pretty nicely here. Should be about 5 minutes or so until we reach our cruise altitude and everyone can take their seat belts off. We do have a tailwind of 68 knots. A little bit of a quartering tailwind from the right side. Should give us a decent push towards Buffalo. Maybe help us be about 10 to 15 minutes early. It always takes longer to climb up to your cruise altitude with a higher cost index, because then the higher cost index comes with more speed, so you're getting further and further away from your max rate of climb. But that's quite alright, because we got plenty of cruise to go before we descend into Buffalo. Excuse me. A little bit of a wind shift there. Wondering if Microsoft Flight Sim will ever get rid of the sudden, abrupt changes in wind speed data. That wasn't too aggressive, I've seen worse, but it still does often very suddenly change. Now it looks like we have an 85 knot direct tailwind, so we should be cruising pretty quick. Our ground speed's already 533 knots, and that's still in the climb. So once we level off and get on track, it'll be interesting to see where we sit. Alright, now we'll go ahead and sync the heading, just in case navigation fails. $1,000 to go. And we still don't have anyone that's online along our route of flight. Alright, coming up on flight level 350. Alright, we are at cruise, and it looks like the air is pretty smooth, not getting bounced around a lot, so we'll turn the seatbelt signs off. And then we will monitor the turbulence. Our temperature is sitting at -31°C, so we can go ahead and turn our engine anti-ice off, and we'll throw our ignition switches to off. Alright. And now we cruise for a good little while. It's looking like maybe about a half hour, maybe a little bit less to our top of descent, just over 160 miles. Actually, now that I think of it, we're probably looking at about 15, maybe 20 minutes. Alright, so we're coming up on about 100 miles to our top of descent, so I'm going to go ahead and begin preparing the approach early. I have the approach plate pulled up on my iPad here, so put it right where I can see it. Alright, so the localizer frequency for runway 23 at Buffalo is 111.3, so we will send both our nav radios to 111.3. 111.3. Nice. Alright, next thing is we have an approach course of 235. We'll set that in both sides of the autopilot. Alright, course is 235. Landing distance available to us is 7,569 feet. The touchdown zone elevation is 726. Airport elevation is 727. DME is required for the RMP approach. GPS. ADF required for localizer only, but luckily I believe we're going to get a glide slope. There's no NOTAMs telling us that the glide slope is out of service, so we're good there. For INOP, ALS, increased localizer CAT C and D minimums, that doesn't apply to us right now. We have LSIF-2 lighting. The missed approach will be a climb to 3,000 feet direct WABUS and hold, which is, if we have to go miss, we climb to 3,000 and we're just runway heading until we reach WABUS, which is a waypoint. We have 120.5 Buffalo CTAF on standby, and we want to cross Trava at or above 4,000 feet, so our VNAV is going to lead us down to 4,000, and then we're going to enter a procedure turn since we're coming from the opposite direction, and the procedure turn will get us set up for the ILS approach. And then once we cross over Trava, we can descend down to 2,300, and then we will intercept the glide slope from 2,300 and make our way down. The ILS minimums are 926 feet, so we'll set the minimums here. 926 feet, and that's going to be Barrow. Be a lot better if I could afford Navigraph right now, so I can show you exactly what I'm looking at. So minimums are 926. Went a little bit past that. Cool. And we'll go to our FMC. Our descent page is looking just how I want it. That looks fine. So now we're going to go to the index, and we're going to go to approach. And we're just going to check our VREF speed, which is 143. So we'll go ahead and input that. Right here. So we'll do a 30-degree flap landing, 30 degrees, slant, slash, excuse me, and the VREF is going to be 143. We'll put that here, and then verify that our VREF is showing up on the speed gauge here, which it is. Alright, so we have our minimums, we have our VREF speed, we have the ILS frequencies tuned, our courses are set, and top of descent is now coming in 80 miles. So we'll go ahead and reduce the zoom on the MFD for now. We'll sync our heading with what we are currently heading right now. 108 is our track, but this little white triangle right here, for those of you who may not have known, this little white triangle is your actual magnetic heading. So you want a heading sync to that. And then... Alright, so we're looking really good on the approach. We'll go ahead and pull up our descent page and get it ready to go. I always begin my descent when I'm 40 nautical miles away from the top of descent, because we all know that the 737 doesn't like to slow down very much. It's kind of a hog. So when you start your top of descent early, it does a better job at making a more gradual descent and then getting the plane to slow down below 250 knots once we get below 10,000 feet. I always find if you do top of descent at top of descent, it always busts that airspeed restriction, and we don't want to do that here. So, and just verify we still have no one online. Cleveland Center nor Toronto Center is online, so we are going to remain on the CTAF frequency. Alright, so we're about 20 miles from beginning our descent, so I'll go to the overhead panel and we're going to turn the fasten seatbelt signs on, let the passengers know to get back to their seats. And then once we get top of descent going, we'll turn the engine anti-ice on and begin our descent into Buffalo. Alright, so 40 miles from top of descent, so we'll actually begin our descent now. Hit descend now and execute. We'll go to the overhead panel, get those engine anti-ices on, so ignition switches are both going to continuous. Both illuminate and both dim, meaning they're on, they're functioning. Still have a positive charge on power, just double checking everything on the overhead. We have no alerts, no warnings. We are looking wondrous. And to double check the weather one more time. Alright, so as of 32 minutes ago, winds are 260 at 12, so they're actually starting to slowly more favor runway 23, which is nice. It's reducing our crosswind. The altimeter is 3010, so we'll get that ready to go as soon as we flip out of standard. Temperature's -3, dew point's -10, so that's a pretty big dew point spread. It shouldn't be too icy or anything. We are expecting some correction. It was snowing for a little bit, but it is no longer. Very light snow at that. Yeah, we might just have little flakes here and there, if anything at all. Alright, so we passed over the London VOR, and we changed our heading, so we'll go ahead and do that. And I just realized now that I did not set my altitude before I decided to descend, so that's a big mistake. But we should be still on time to get a slow descent and not bust that 250 speed limit. Put this down to 4,000 because that's what we're looking to cross Strava at. I cannot tell you the number of times I've forgotten to reduce the altitude before hitting VNAV. But, yep, we're still a little bit early, so it's 1,000 feet per minute, and then once we intercept that vertical track, it'll start to decrease more, and the plane will do a lot better of a job at getting below 250 once we reach 10,000 feet. Nope, there's the vertical track right there. Looks like I went a while without fixing the altitude setting. Oh yeah, we're less than 80 miles from Dunkirk, which is relatively close to Buffalo, so that'll probably do it. Got a nice decent cloud layer that we're going to be going through on our way. Get a little bit of actual IFR time. So we have 111.3, the runway 23 ILS frequency on both sides. Seems like this aircraft is struggling a little bit with maintaining that set glide path. I've seen that needle move up and down a couple times now. So we'll keep an eye on that. If we have to throw some drag in to slow ourselves down, we will do that. Auto ATC is telling me to cross Dunkirk at or above, or I'm sorry, at and maintain 1000, but we're just going to continue with our VNAV path since we don't have a controller online. Make it a little easier on ourselves. Now that we're getting even closer, reduce the MFD range to 40 nautical miles. Sync the heading again. Alright, so we're looking at a little bit of a gusty approach. Once I get visual of the runway, I will hand fly it on the way in, see how we do. Hopefully we don't absolutely destroy the landing gear. I doubt we will. I've had enough practice. But I've still slammed it once or twice, so I'm not going to guarantee anything. Alright, we're below 18,000 feet, so we'll set our altimeter to Buffalo's 3010. And we'll go ahead to the overhead panel and advise the flight attendants final descent has begun. Go ahead and try and get that heading as close to synced as possible early. So the speed bug is just above 290 knots, but this plane is having trouble getting below 300, so I'm starting to think we may need some drag as we start coming inbound to 10,000 feet. So we're coming up on 10,000. The plane is leveling off to reduce the airspeed. So we'll go ahead and flip our landing lights on. Runway turnoffs are coming on. Alright, so that speed bug is going down, the airspeed is going down, so I think we're looking good on being 250 or below once we cross 10,000 feet. Getting a little IMC in there as well. And we'll reduce the MFD to 20 nautical miles. Alright, looking at crossing 10,000 and we are falling below 250 knots. Love to see it. This thing does not like to slow down all that nicely. But we made it. And I do have the airport in sight below us. We're going to overfly it and then back course the ILS approach and make that procedure turn inbound. And we still have no ATC online, so this will be doing this on our own. One thing I really like about the PMDG is it has its procedure turn and hold functions done very nicely. It's not that difficult to do, and it's relatively accurate. For the most part, it keeps you on the protected side of the hold. You can put in your inbound leg and all that info. It's really nice. In this case, when we originally loaded the approach, the procedure turn automatically came up, which was really nice, but sometimes that doesn't happen, so you have to manually put in a hold if you do want to do a procedure turn. And in the 737, that's really nice to do, unlike the Aerosoft CRJ, which I also like flying, but you can't do anything with holds in that aircraft, so I kind of stopped flying that one on VATSIM. Alright, so now I'm going to do a little speed intervention here, and we're going to slow down to 230 knots, and then when we're about 5 miles from Trava, I'm going to slow down to 210 knots. And then once we make that procedure turn and come back, I'm going to slow down to 180 knots and begin the approach. And I need to turn into Buffalo CTAF. Buffalo traffic, Sun Country 1057 is overflying the field at 5,900. Going to be entering the procedure turn for the ILS runway 23 Buffalo. Alright, reducing to 10 nautical miles on the range. There's the auto marker. Which is the final approach fix. But we are currently back coursing. Alright, 5 miles from Trava, 210 knots. We're going to throw in some drag. I just realized now that the aircraft was not maintaining 230. Alright, and we will begin our parallel entry into the procedure turn. Alright, aircraft is leveled off. We're 210 knots. I will take the drag out. Interesting. It wants to do a teardrop. You know what? We'll roll with it. Typically, if you're back coursing the ILS and, you know, you're on the track but back coursing, you would just do a parallel. That's a lot easier, but our plane wanted to do something different, but doesn't really matter as long as you enter the hold and you remain on the protected side. We're good to go. Alright, now we're making that turn back to the inbound leg. And then we will set the heading bug to runway heading, and then adjust it as necessary if we do need a wind correction angle. And we will turn on the taxi light to signal to ourselves that we are cleared to land, even though it is currently uncontrolled. And it looks like we're lining up with runway 23. Alright, that's about 2 miles from travel. We'll reduce speed to 180, and we will go flaps 1, drop the slats. Alright, so we'll go ahead and arm the approach mode and then get Command B on. And it looks like the glide slope is starting to come in. We'll go flaps 5. That glide slope is coming in. Alright, glide slope is in, gear is coming down. And we are now following the ILS. I will reduce speed to 160. Flaps 15. Alright, and now that the gear is down, we'll set the auto brakes to 3. We will arm the speed brake.
2500.
And yeah, we're going to need a wind correction on the heading sync. Alright, we'll go flaps 25. And once we're on a 5-mile final, we will slow to 153 and go flaps 30. Alright, 5-mile final, 153, flaps 30. Buffalo traffic, Sun Country 1057, 5-mile final, runway 23, Buffalo. Then we'll try and match the throttle setting. Then we'll disengage auto throttle. And our command is coming on. We got a dual channel ILS. And we are visual, so we'll take the plane from here. Crosswind is strong, but it is not gusty, so it's actually pretty smooth coming in here. We're starting to fall below the glide slope, so we'll bring the nose up just a little bit. Put in a little extra throttle to keep our airspeed. Getting lower upon the glide slope, we'll get back up. Use trim to our advantage. Gonna need a little more throttle. We're looking really good on this approach. Getting a little bit above the glide slope. We'll go back down. Walk off some speed. We have 3 greens. Flaps are down. And at 30 feet, we'll power idle and flare. Continue. Ease it down. We're floating. We are floating. There we go. Nice and smooth touchdown. Ease the nose down. 2 in reverse. Right, 60 knots, third reverser's coming out. We'll go manual braking. And we don't want to stop on the runway. I wanted to keep the roll going. I was a little delayed on that. Take out the speed brake. Auto brakes are coming off. Alright, clear the runway, APU can come on, we'll start that. Buffalo traffic, Sun Country 1057, clear runway 23, taking Alpha, Alpha 1, Kilo to gate 11, Buffalo. Oh man, that was a wide turnaround. Alright, landing lights are coming off, runway turn-offs are coming off. There we go, strobes we can get off. We're starting to slow down a lot, let's go ahead and get that speed back up. Right turn on Alpha 1. And we'll see if our APU gen is available. It is. We'll go ahead and switch over. And a right turn on Kilo. And gate 11 is the second last gate on our right side. This is going to be a sharper turn because it's angled back a little bit. It's a little more than 90 degrees of a turn. Alright, we'll go in external view. Looks like those speed brakes never came up. Oops. Get the flaps up. There's gate 11 right there. We'll slow down as we enter. Try and get more centered. I did a pretty bad job turning towards the gate. And we'll stop on this first line right here. Cool. Alright. We'll get back in the plane. We'll set the parking brake. Taxi lights coming off. Our APU gens are on, so we can go ahead and cut off the fuel. Yaw dampers coming off. Probe heats are coming off. We'll leave the windshield heat on. A's are on, B's are off for hydraulics. We'll go ahead and put the APU bleed on so we can get air into the cabin. N1 is below 20. We'll turn off the beacon. APU's going. Oh. Ignition switches to off. Engine anti-ice obviously off. And then actually we'll put the APU generator information on. Cool. Alright, we'll go to the FMC. Get FS actions, ground services. We'll put some chocks on and we will have them pull up the jetway. And then once the jetway is connected, we will open the door. Oh. That was interesting. Must have wanted to auto-connect. That's weird. Never had it already pulled up like that before. Alright, cool. There's our jetway. Return, doors open, and we can let the passengers off. Oh yeah, we are stopped, so seatbelt signs can come off as well. Alright. So there you have it. Welcome to the Buffalo Niagara International Airport. Wasn't too bad of a landing. Had a nice smooth approach in. A little bit of a floaty one. I had a little too much speed as we crossed that threshold, so we flared and pulled power idle at the right time, but too much airspeed, so we ended up landing a little bit on the late side, but that's fine. We were within limits. We stopped on time, so overall, smooth. Nice going flight. Alright. Now I'm going to reload the sim to prevent any bugs on our return flight back, and we will get set up for back to MSP. Alright, so we're back. We're at the Buffalo Airport. As you can see, I got the Indy Builds Buffalo Niagara scenery. Models a little bit of the inside of the terminal. It's pretty cool. So we'll go ahead and get ourselves set up for the return flight. We are in a turnaround state. So we're just going to verify everything here. Yaw damper is on. We'll just leave it as such. Fuel pumps, we'll just turn those on. Let's see if we have anything in the center tank. We don't once again. So center pumps are staying off. APU generator, we have positive charge. That's good. Logo light on. Cool. Fasten seatbelt signs are on. And we will pressurize the hydraulics. We'll be ready for pushback relatively shortly. Packs are on for now. ISO valve will go to auto. APU bleed is on. Our cruise altitude on the way back is flight level 360. And the landing altitude at MSP is, I want to say it's 840 something if I'm not mistaken. 842. So yeah, we'll set 850 on the landing altitude. We'll verify that this is all on and good. Just double test the flaps lights. We're good there. Everything looks good on the throttle quadrant. We have 120.5 in the active COM 1, 1228 on standby. Currently still no ATC online. Auto ATC did give us a squawk code. It's going to be 0567. So 0567. And we'll go to TARA, and since our nav is aligned, we'll test that real quick.
TCAS test pass.
Sweet. Alright. So again, since there's no ATC online, we'll just go straight to a cruise altitude. Flight level 360, that looks good. We'll go ahead and put in our route data. So we're starting at Buffalo, Kilo Bravo Uniform Foxtrot, going back to Minneapolis, St. Paul. And then on this return flight, we are Sun Country 1058. Input that. Now we're going to do a departure, Buffalo 8, which is basically just vectors to whatever waypoint you choose. Taking off runway 23, go to route, activate, execute, then we will go to next page. So we're going direct to Wozy, which is right on top of the airport, so we'll probably just wind up making a turn. We'll just throw it in since it's in our flight plan. We'll go direct to Wozy. Oops. We'll erase that, see if we can throw it in the vector section right up here. There we go. Nope. Not what I wanted. Okay. Oops. I am messing this up royally. Okay, Wozy. And then we're going to Nosik. And then we're doing the Muscle 3 arrival starting at CUDA. So we'll execute that. Go to our legs page. We have vectors to Wozy. That's good. So now we'll go to the arrival. Muscle 3. CUDA transition. And then we're going to verify the winds at MSP so we know what runway we're landing on. And they're 250, so we're still going to be using the 30s, and since we're coming from the east, we're going to land on 30 right, do the ILS 30 right, and then if we need to, we will change that as necessary. And then let's put CUDA in the discontinuity, and then verify. So we got SAMs here, and then get rid of that discontinuity. And now we have no discontinuities left. Cool. So let's go to our route page. Performance and NIT. So gross weight, we'll go with the ramp weight again, 146.3. Reserves, we're looking at 4.3. Cost index, we're looking at 29. And our cruise altitude is 36,000, flight level 360. Top of climb winds are 310 at 87. unable to 180 knots of trim. That's fine. We'll clear that. Cool. N1 limit. We'll just stick with the 26K. Takeoff. We'll do another flaps 5 takeoff. And we'll put in our CG. Trim is 4.58. Put in our V speeds. And then we'll get off of here real quick. Put our trim to 4.58 roughly. Nice. Alright, the altimeter at Buffalo is now 3009er. Turn the brightness down on this. Cool. Alright. Fuel pumps are on. Everything looks about ready for pushback, so let's go ahead and put the anti-collision light on. We'll go to Menu, FS Actions, get rid of the jet bridge. We'll remove the chocks. Set up the pushback page. And then we'll just do a straight out pushback and stop it a little bit early so we don't get pushed into the hard stand, which is right back here. Alright. And we are set for push. It doesn't look like anyone's coming into the area, so we should be good for now. Alright. Select tug and begin our pushback.
Target to ground. Go ahead. We've been cleared for pushback and start tail straight out. Roger that. Ready for push straight back. Release the brakes, please. Brakes released. Brakes released. Here we go.
Alright, and again we'll give us some space from the terminal before we begin our engine start. And Toronto Center is online, so we'll be talking to them for a little bit throughout our flight. Alright, right engine's going to ground.
Pushback complete. Parking brake, please.
Set the parking brake.
Brake set.
Oh, you know what? We have to turn the packs off. Ice hull valve is open. Alright, now N2's coming up.
Steering pin is pulled. Watch for the salute and release from guidance on your right. Have a good flight.
Alright, let's make sure we didn't get backed into a fence. Ooh, really close. But no contact, so we're good. Alright, 25% N2, introduce fuel. And while we're waiting for that engine start, I'm going to get Toronto Center on standby, which is 125775. 125775. Cool. Alright, engine number 2 is a good start. We'll start number 1. N2's coming up, oil pressure's coming up. 25% N2 introducing fuel. Alright, we have 2 good engine starts. Everything's stable. We'll go to the overhead panel. Yaw damper is on. Fuel pumps are on. Switch over to Gen 1. Turn on engine generators. APU is coming off. APU bleed's coming off. Packs are going to go to auto. ISO valve auto. Probe heats are coming on. We have all our hydraulics on. We'll go ahead and turn the engine anti-ice on. So ignition to continuous. They light up. And they dim. Excellent. Our packs are set. Our altitudes are set. Anti-collision is on. Verify everything up here looks good. It does. Alright. We'll go flaps 5. Auto brake to RTO. And we'll check our flight controls this time. Alright. Full right aileron. Full left. Elevator forward. Back. Good. And rudder controls are good. Flight controls are free and correct. Alright, really looking good for this takeoff. I'm going to go back to the takeoff page and just verify. So we're 148, so we'll put 158 for now in our speed bug. Alright. Taxi light's coming on. Parking brake is released, and we'll make a taxi call. Buffalo traffic, Sun Country 1058 is at gate 11, taking Kilo Alpha 1 Alpha to runway 23, Buffalo. Left turn Alpha 1. And a right turn on Alpha. And we're going to be crossing runway 23, so landing lights are coming on and so are the strobes. Buffalo traffic, Sun Country 1058 is crossing runway 32 on Alpha Buffalo. Yeah, 32, not 23. Cross the runway, landing lights off, strobes off. Alright, we're getting close to runway, so flight directors can come on. We'll go ahead and once again, we'll set the heading bug to runway heading. Just 235. Heading select, level change, and we'll arm the auto throttle. Kind of nice to get a day flight on the way here and a night flight on the way back. Alright, we're coming up on the runway. Landing lights, runway turn-off lights, and strobe lights are all on. Wing light is going to come on as well. Now that we're at nighttime, got to watch for that ice. Alright, we are clear right. We're clear left. Alright. Buffalo traffic, Sun Country 1058 is taking runway 23, departing to the west, Buffalo. Alright, engine power is coming up to 40%. Engines are stable. Toga.
Airspeed's alive.
Cross check.
V1 rotate.
Rotate.
E2.
Wow, that wind is really wanting to blow us to the side
Positive
here.
rate of climb.
Gear up. Okay, 20 degrees nose up. Okay, autopilot's coming on. Alright, so what we're going to do is go to our legs page and we're going to go direct to NOSIC. Execute, throw on LNAV, and we'll throw on BNAV as well. Alright, 4,000 feet, we'll go ahead and go flaps 1. Oop. That was probably way too soon to do that.
Airspeed full. Airspeed full.
Yes, it was. Alright. We'll push that speed up to 175. I guess I have to do the climb thing again. Execute. Yep, there we go. My mistake. See, before I was just able to hit VNAV and it would just work. But maybe I actually have to set up the climb now. Come on. There we go. Really wasn't wanting to engage. Alright, we are starting to get into Toronto Center's territory, so we're going to switch over and get Unicom on standby. Toronto Center, good evening, Sun Country 1058, 7,400, climbing flight level 360. Flaps up. You want to try and fly?
I have homework.
What's your homework?
That's crazy. Alright. Okay, we're gonna double check here. I made a call, but got no response. 125775. So the frequency is correct. Oh. What is that? My push to talk appears to not be working anymore.
Center Golf Foxtrot Echo Tango.
Go.
Golf Foxtrot Echo Tango, we're looking to pick up a flight falling to Owen Sound. That's 15,500.
I have to do this via text.
Fox Echo Tango, Roger. Not above 15,500 VFR. Again, full altimeter 29.
Alright, landing lights are coming off.
Let me know when you're ready to start down.
Not above 1,000, not above 15,500 VFR, not above, and we'll call you back ready to descend, 29905 Golf Foxtrot Echo Tango.
Sure.
Toronto Center Hurricane 607, requesting taxi to any gate.
Canada 607, cross runway 6 left, taxi by Charlie, Alpha Lima, lane 7.
Sorry, you cut out there. I just got 6 left. Do you see 3?
Yeah, cross runway 6 left, taxi by Charlie, Alpha Lima, and then take lane 7, company's pushed onto lane 8.
Cross runway 6 left, taxi via Charlie.
Not really sure what happened to my
Alpha,
push to talk.
Lima, and then to lane 7. Air Canada 607, thank you.
Toronto Air Canada 125 Heavy, lane 8, request taxi.
Canada's 125, taxi by Alpha Hotel, short 23, the altimeter 2, correction 3006.
Sorry, is that Alpha Hotel runway 23?
Alpha Hotel, correction, no, it's, what? Taxi via Alpha Lima, Alpha Hotel, short 20.
Okay, that's what we thought. Alpha Lima, Alpha Hotel, short 23, Air Canada 125 Heavy.
Toronto Center, Air Transit 2, currently looking at the bottom of the landing gear.
Calling?
Air Transit 2, just the bottom of the landing gear.
Okay, disconnected and reconnected.
Okay.
We should be good now.
Control airport. I don't know why you're airborne, but I'm calling. Squawk 3667.
3667, Roger.
Rouge 1856, Cleveland's offline. Down surface service now. Have a good one.
Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you next time for JP 56.
Toronto Center, KLM 611.
Don't know if I'm going to get a call in. Alright, altimeter to standard.
Transat 2, identified, thanks. 24 left in Toronto. Climb 1000.
Up to 1000, Roger.
And Toronto Center, Sun Country 1058. I seem to get my push to talk working.
Sun Country 1058 Toronto Center, good day. Fog it up.
That was peculiar.
Toronto Center, KLM 611, flight level 380.
KLM 611 Heavy Toronto Center, good day. Squawk 5446.
I'm going to turn those screens on the right side down a little bit.
446, KLM 611.
Toronto Center, just requesting a radio check.
5x5.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir.
Alright, looks like we're out of the clouds. Wing light can come off.
Transat 2, Toronto information is Echo. It's landing runway 24 left. When you're ready to send it down.
Go ahead and increase the range.
Number 5 approach and 24 left. What?
That's correct. The Toronto altimeter 3006.
3006 in the box, right?
Center Del Foxtrot Echo Tango.
What?
We're looking for 17,500.
Fox Echo Tango, flying 17,500 VFR.
17,500 VFR, Foxtrot Echo Tango.
Alright, we'll sync the heading. Cool.
Sun Country 1058, you're identified, thanks. Climb flight level 360, report level is 3.
Alright, climb and maintain flight level 360. We'll report level 360, Sun Country 1058. Cool. It was a disastrous beginning to the flight, but now we're in tune.
Airport, kept the 3 departure off transition, flight plan route, departure runway 23, squawk 5427.
52 Boston, this is 3, departure from Benton Resolution flight plan route, expect to 3, squawk 5427.
Oh, correct, where you parked up the field?
Yeah, but believe the FedEx parking areas for
Alright, Raptor 1, just call short of Juliet for the taxi.
Short of Juliet for the taxi, roger that.
KLM 611 identified, thanks.
Well, due to the numerous faults, I was unable to tell the flight attendants we were above 10,000. We'll just do that now and pretend like it happened 10 minutes ago.
And Foxtrot Echo Tango, we're actually looking to pick up a flight following to Edenvale now. We'll descend.
Fox Echo Tango, roger. Your descent at your discretion there. Reports through 12,500. Wyerton altimeter is 2998 and Muskoka is 2995.
Descend on discretion, we'll report through 12.5 and we'll pick up the Muskoka altimeter, Golf Foxtrot Echo Tango.
Yeah, Fielder's choice. Canada's 125, Toronto winds 250 at 12, gust 22. Give me a call, airborne.
Just gonna double check the overhead panel. Alright. All the lights are extinguished, we're good.
Raptor 1 holding short, Juliet's ready to taxi.
Raptor 1, taxi runway 23 via Juliet, cross 15 left, 15 right, short 23, the altimeter is 3006.
Taxi 23 via the Juliet and then cross by 15 left, 15 right, 22006, hold short 23.
Grove FedEx 247, finish the icing. We're on Victor for runway 23.
FedEx 247, taxi via Victor, Foxtrot, Hotel, cross 15 left, short 23.
That'll be Victor Foxtrot Hotel. We'll cross 15 left, short of 23 for FedEx 247.
Fox Echo Tango, nothing further for your surveillance service. Turn ready, snag, change our route.
Change en route, Golf Fox Echo Tango. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Might have to reduce that cruise speed a little bit. We're really kissing the edge of that red line right there. Don't want to overspeed the aircraft. Get a nice quick outside view. Classic Sun Country livery, not that Tide Pod that you see a lot nowadays.
Air Canada's 125 heavy, radar on departure, climb flight level 230. 230, Air Canada 125 heavy. Canada's 125 heavy, passing 3,600, go direct to Killam. Passing 3,600, direct to Killam, Air Canada 125 heavy.
And it looks like our top of climb is going to be right on schedule.
Raptor 1 hold short 3, ready to go.
Raptor 1 on departure.
I think for cruise, we're going to put the target speed down to 0.79 or...
22, for takeoff 23, call airborne.
7,000, clear for takeoff 23, call airborne, cutter.
Air Canada 125 heavy, sorry, just looking for road cleared up to 230. That's correct.
1, testing 2000 for 7.
Raptor 1 identified, thanks, climb 7000.
Climb 7000, Hudson.
Transat 2, you got the wrong SID loaded up, or star loaded up there. You're heading towards the northbound side. While your present heading for the time being will be radar vectors for 24 left.
Roger, I will fly up and sorry for getting the wrong SID.
Raptor 1, go direct Savior.
Savior on course, Hudson.
Raptor 1, climb flight level 230. You know what, climb flight level 310.
Time for level 210, Hudson, I think.
310.
310, Hudson.
FedEx 247 made the wrong turn of November there. Continue taxi via November, cross 15 left, Alpha, then Hotel.
My apologies. One turn too early. It'll be November, and then Bravo, or correction, Alpha, then Hotel. Go across 15 left.
That's correct, not a problem. Transat 2, descend 4000.
Nice long climb up to flight level 360.
Transat 2, descend 4000.
Descend 4000, Transat 2.
Center, can I have to go direct to Higham?
Approved as request.
Roger, Hudson.
Transat 2, fly heading 060.
060, Roger.
Air Canada's 125, climb flight level 360, and go direct Kaysen.
360 direct Kaysen, Air Canada 125.
In Toronto Center, Sun Country 1058 is flight level 360 now.
I had 2 at once there, Sun Country 1058, flight level 360, roger, thanks.
Alright, so we're at cruise. We'll get those seatbelt signs off. We have some pretty smooth air, it seems.
Center, Sunwing 11, you're at cruise. IFR 2 in trouble. Sunwing 111, cleared Montreal, Trudeau, dead key 5 departure, Mago transition, flight plan route, departure runway 23, squawk 1031. Cleared Montreal, via the dead key 5 departure, Mago transition, flight plan route 23, squawk 1031. That's correct, call for push. Alright. Transat 2, reduce speed 190 knots.
190 knots.
Alright, now we're at cruise. We can just relax, enjoy the flight, enjoy the sunset
very
view.
Good evening. This is Giant 54 with you. Stand 507. Picking up IFR to Boston, please.
Transat 2, turn right heading 110 degrees.
110 degrees, Transat 2.
Giant 54 heavy, clear to the Boston Airport, kept a 3 departure, bomb transition, flight plan route, departure runway is 23, squawk 2350.
Clear to Boston via the Capra 3 departure, Beckma transition, initially 5000 and runway 23 for departure, squawk 2350 for Giant 54.
So correct call for taxi short echo.
We'll call for taxi, hold out echo, Giant 54.
Transat 2, turn right heading 150.
150, Roger.
FedEx 247, give me a call airborne. The winds are 24015, gust 21, clear takeoff runway 23.
Fly airborne, clear takeoff 23, FedEx 247.
Transat 2, turn right heading 210, the interceptor, clear the ILS 24 left.
Clear the ILS 24 left, turn right heading 240, first.
Formally Canada 125 movie request. Go. Can we step away for about 5-10 minutes?
I'll do you one better. Your surveillance service terminates now, you can change our route.
Okay, we'll change that route. Thanks for all the help this evening. Have a good night.
Yeah.
And FedEx 247 is airborne, 1000.
FedEx 247, heavy radar on departure, climb 15,000.
15,000, FedEx 247.
Transat 2, Toronto winds 240 at 15, gust 2 on your clear land, 24 left.
Clear land 24 left, one, this is.
FedEx 247, go direct Newgate at November, Uniform Golf, India Delta.
Direct to Newgate for FedEx 247 Air.
Correct, climb flight level 320.
Newgate up to 360, or correction, 320, FedEx 247.
If you want 360, that's fine, you can climb flight level 360, if not, maintain 320.
But we'll stick at 320 for now, FedEx 247.
Sure. Raptor 1, contact Boston Center now on 123.75.
12375. Raptor 1, thank you for DTC.
Looks like we're coming up on the edge of Toronto Center's airspace, so we should
Toronto Center, Delta 1953,
be getting
flight
a
level
frequency
380.
change here.
Level 1953, Toronto Center, flight level 380.
Might have a lot going on as well.
Sun Country 1058, Minneapolis offline,
There it is.
service terminates now, change en route.
Alright, over to en route for Sun Country 1058. Have a good night.
KLM 611, surveillance service terminates now, change en route.
.8, and Minneapolis Center is offline, so we'll get MSP's CTAF on standby, 126.7. Go ahead and heading sync again after the turn. And there it is. And we are chilling for a little while. Alright, we are starting to approach our top of descent, so we're going to prepare to land in Minneapolis. And we are landing runway 30 right, so we'll pull up that approach plate. Alright, so the ILS frequency is 110.7. We'll throw that into both nav radios. Throw that in active. Okay. Alright, the approach course is 301. Throw that in both sides of the autopilot. So we got the ILS frequency and the course set. Alright, the runway landing distance available is 8,000 feet, touchdown zone elevation is 822, and airport elevation is 842. Simultaneous approach is authorized with runway 30 left and ILS Victor runway 35 converging. Okay. None of the other remarks really applies to us, so we're good there. We have MALSIF lighting. The missed approach is climbed to 1,300, then climbing right turn to 3,000, direct go for VORTAC and hold. Excellent. We got the CTAF frequency on standby, 126.7. And we want to be at 4,000 or above by the time we cross SAMS, and then down to 3,000 before the final approach fix, and then follow the ILS into runway 30 right. Okay. So the minimums for ILS 30 right are 1072, so we'll go ahead and set that. That's barrel minimums. Takes a while to get that high. 1072. Alright, minimums are set. We'll go to the approach section of our performance, and it looks like VREF at flaps 30 is 145. So we'll go ahead, flaps 30, slant 145. There we go. Now we have our VREF. Go back to our legs page. Sweet. Alright. So our landing and approach data is set for now. And our top of descent will be coming. We'll begin our descent in just over 40 miles. We'll keep up with that heading sync. Alright, and unless Minneapolis Center signs in the next 30 minutes, it looks like we will not have any ATC on our way back to MSP. Alright. We do this on our own. Alright, so we got about 20 miles until we begin our descent, so we'll come up, we'll turn the fasten seatbelt signs on, let everyone know we are beginning our descent. We're going to put our altitude down this time, get it right. And we'll put it down to 4,000, which is where we want to be at the start of the ILS. Cool. We'll get our descent page ready in the FMS. And then once that top of descent reaches 40 miles, we will begin our descent towards Minneapolis. Alright, TOD 40 miles, descend now, execute. And now we start working our way down. I just realized now that I never turned off my engine anti-ice. Oops. Spent too long cranking away at Flight Sim 2024. Haven't touched a real plane in a while. Alright, and since we are in a descent, we'll go ahead and turn the wing light on just to monitor any potential ice on our way down. Ooh, that was quite the change in wind data right there. Big oof. Okay. And now we're stable once again. Good thing we have those seatbelt signs on. Alright, now officially following the Muscle 3 arrival into Minneapolis. 3-0 right transition. that VNAV path should be coming in relatively shortly, and then as soon as it does, we'll advise the flight attendants of our final descent. Oh, we beat one of the altitude restrictions. That's interesting. Now we're beginning our descent again. Alright, now we're getting on our VNAV path. So, we'll go ahead and advise the flight attendants of final descent. Nice. I guess with an arrival that's so long in distance, I guess you don't really need to descend all that early. So suppose I probably should check the altimeter at MSP. Have that on standby. The altimeter is 3011. 3011, there we go. Especially since we're about to be at 18,000 feet. Reduce the range on the MFD. Alright, we're below 18,000 feet. Switch the altimeter. starting to approach 10,000 feet, so we will go ahead. Oops, that's the wrong button. Go ahead and turn our landing lights on, runway turn-offs are on, and we'll make sure this aircraft does not go faster than 250. No messages saying drag is required, which is good. Doesn't seem to be slowing down all too promptly though. See, we're too fast below 10,000, so the speed brakes are coming out just to slow us down a little bit. Alright, now we're below 150, 250 I mean. So the aircraft should begin its descent down to looks like 8,000 or above. And we'll keep the speed brakes in because now we're above our VNAV profile by quite a bit. So just to make sure it doesn't speed up as we're descending faster, we'll keep the speed brakes out. Now that VNAV profile is starting to come in. Alright, we're going to switch to the Minneapolis CTAP frequency 126.7. Confirm that no one is online, which it appears that they still are not. Alright, so now we're descending at a much more gradual rate so the speed brakes can get put away. And we'll reduce the range to 20 miles. The speed bug is reducing to 210 knots, which I like to see. Alright, so from here, we'll sync the heading, and then we will switch to heading mode instead of LNAV. And then we'll let it descend down to 4,000. Then we can arm the approach mode. And we'll hit Command B on the autopilot. We're going to do a speed intervention. Go down to 190 knots. That way we can start dropping slats. Try and get that speed reduced with the speed brakes. Not even the speed brakes are helping us at this time. Alright, now it's starting to slow down. So we'll go flaps 1, get the sledge drops. Alright, now that our speed is coming down, we'll retract the spoilers, go flaps 5. Reduce the range to 10. Alright, our approach is coming in. And we have about intercepted the glide slope, so the gear's coming down. Go 180 knots. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 1058 is crossing over Sam's inbound ILS runway 30 right, Minneapolis. Okay, I'm starting to pick up the runway in sight. Alright, so since the gear is down, we'll reduce our speed to 170, go flaps 15. Auto brake can go to 3, and we'll arm the speed brake as well. Then we'll turn the taxi light on to signify cleared to land. Wing lights can actually come off as well because we're not through icing conditions anymore. We're visual from here. Alright, and we're about 5 miles. So reduce speed 155, flaps 25. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 1058, 5 mile final, runway 30 right, Minneapolis. And we'll go flaps 30. And we are now in our landing configuration. We'll go ahead and disarm auto throttle. We're 1,000 above, so we'll take it by hand now. Try and make a beautiful approach into Minneapolis. The air is pretty smooth, so the plane is very stable. gas so the power can start being walked out.
400.
Now we're back on the glide slope.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue.
300. Glide slope. 100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Come on. Nice and easy. Oh yeah, that was beautiful. Okay. Reversers are coming out. Nose was eased down. 2 in reverse. Alright, 60 knots, reversers are coming out. We'll take over manual braking. Nope, keep the roll going. Alright, so it looks like we're exiting on runway 22, and then we'll just hop right on Charlie and take Charlie to Terminal 2. Okay. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 1058 is clear of 30 right on runway 22, taking Papa, Charlie to Terminal 2, Minneapolis. Alright, so we'll throw the flaps all the way up. Auto brake can come to off. Spoilers, oh, looks like they never came out. That's kind of weird. And we'll start the APU. We're clear of the runway, so landing lights can come off, runway turn off can come off, and strobe lights can also come off. And then we'll make a taxi to Terminal 2. And we welcome you to Minneapolis. Alright, we're going to cross a runway so all the landing lights can turn on, strobe lights, clear right, clear left, clear to cross. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 1058, crossing 30 left on Charlie, Minneapolis. Then we'll just take Charlie down to the entrance closer to our gate. I'm going to try and park at Hotel 6 again, as long as one of the auto-generated planes aren't in my gate. But Terminal 2 is looking pretty busy here, so I don't know. Oh, and we're across the runway. Minneapolis traffic, Sun Country 1058 is clear, runway 18 on Charlie, taking Charlie to Terminal 2, Minneapolis. That was a very late clear runway call, but distractions. So we'll go ahead and make a left on Tango here and just take the first available gate, because it looks like every gate thereafter is hogged by non-existent traffic, so we'll make the turn here. And we'll go in this gate right here. Alright, we're not going to blind the ground crew, so we'll turn our taxi light off. We'll get a nice gradual taxi in there. Looks like we're gate Hotel 12. Nice and lined up with the line here. Never really want to go that fast up to a gate. There we go. Now we're a little slower. Nice and slow, gradual stop. And we're on the 737 line. Cool. So the parking brake is going to be engaged. APU generators are coming on. Alright, now we're going to cut the power to the engines. Fuel off. Yacht dampers off. Probe heats are off. Windshield heats are off. Hydraulic pump stays are on. These are off. Engines are off, so the beacon can come off. And APU bleed for the packs are coming on. Alright. Let's go ahead and hook up the jet bridge, let the passengers off. Yeah. Gotta put shocks on. And we'll open the door. Alright. So there you have it. Sun Country flight to and from Buffalo to Minneapolis. And that is a real Sun Country flight that happens seasonally over the summer. Yeah, there you go. That's going to be it for tonight, but next time I stream, we're going to be back into career mode in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. We're still going to try and figure out how to get past all of these bugs and not get docked points so we can gain enough credits to get our airline transport rating. Alright. That's all I got. See ya!